Hello there. Do I have a face? Come on, face. There we go. I have a face. Fantastic. We're back in Satisfactory for the very first time in a while. Last time I played this game, it was before I went to rehab. So it's been a few weeks. And we're about to undertake something pretty important. So, this should be fun. Trying to remember what I was planning to do. I mean, at least I have notes right behind my head. Or a to-do list. So, that's a start. Yeah, I was just here at the top of the elevator. Enjoying the elevator music. Watching my trains go around. There's one coming in. Like the fact that even the elevator windows are all grimy and disgusting. So. Got a few things to sort out. Over here is gonna be my logistics floor. It's already a logistics floor. There's definitely gonna be more to it. Right now, this is kind of what's going on. Why is it... Hold on. This is not a smart splitter. Oh, okay, because it splits the coal into two. I was wondering, why is there so much coal in here? Because I'm guessing that's the only thing remaining in the train station. Is it? Yeah. That line here. That's all the train is bringing back is coal. How? There was some iron ore in there too. Why not? I should not have done that. Because now it's polluted one of my main lines, hasn't it? Oh. Balls. You know what? I'm actually gonna... I'm actually gonna reload 2 minutes ago. So I don't have to deal with that. We're gonna start. We're just gonna jam to the music. So I was trying to look at that coal situation here. There's coal going there. That's a line of coal for the main factory. And then over here, that's the overflow line of coal. But even more importantly, why does it seem like this train is only bringing back coal? What that tells me is, we might need to be shipping stuff. Well, not might. We do need to ship stuff out to the aluminum base. I just don't remember what. Okay. Let's go down to here because I see I need 3 more sand fluctuators. Should be right around here. No, those are containers. Where are my... Not containers. Where are my fluctuators? They're here. Right there. I just... There we go. Had a couple memory searches kind of queued up. Just gonna call down the elevator from here. And we're gonna go back to the roof. And clear those out, because I can actually do it. I have enough stuff. Go to the roof. Hard drive scan completed. Oh, hello. Recycled plastic from rubber and fuel. I don't think that's worth it. But I don't think the iron wire is worth it either. I'm gonna rescan. That, on the other hand. Flexible framework. Yes. I'm taking that. Bio coal and coke steel ingot. I mean, that's not a bad rate, though. Yeah. Because I'm looking here at the normal steel ingot usually goes 3 and 3 for 3. But the alternate is 2 ingots for 2 ingots and 2 coal for 3. So that's better. Well, better. Yeah, it takes a bit of processing before, but it's technically better. But that one, it requires petroleum coke and not actual coal, which I don't produce in that part of the map at all where I'm making steel. So this recipe is better, but it's kind of useless to me right now, because it would require me to make petroleum coke and ship it there. So I'll rescan that. Pure iron ingots. Could be hilarious. Requires a refinery. So in terms of space and power usage, not great. Molded steel pipe in a foundry. I'll choose that one. Not sure. Okay. But what were the researches I was looking? 60 per minute. I'm guessing that's for here. Either the extra stack or the upload rate. Or the production amplifier. Okay. Production amplifier was one of them, so let's do that. Why does it say missing materials? Oh, because I have to have this stuff on me, do I? Pressure sphere, lower slope. Okay. SAM fluctuator, 2 stacks. Circuit boards. Black powder. Plastic. Actually, I need a lot more than that.
Production amplifier unlocked. Every single manufacturing and smelting building will be backwards compatible with this new technology. These buildings can now have a summer sloop embedded to increase resource output without requiring more input, at the cost of greatly increased power consumption.
Flow cycles within flow cycles make explosions into temples and explosions into temples. The spin sphere of woven windows. Each tiny body contains tinier bodies until the line layers fold into curves which folds into threads which weave the tapestry. A song of light and leaf and flower, a dance of matter clouds and...
I think they're trying to explain energy to matter conversion theory, but you do not need to understand it to do your job.
Thank you,
I'll
Ada.
just mute them for you so you can continue your mission. I, however, will be taking notes. This is fascinating material.
Sure, thanks, Ada. That's not suspicious at all. I could do the extra upload speed. I could do the extra stack. Actually wondering if it shouldn't be a bigger stack instead. Because that's the one I have on the to-do list, but I'm starting to think this might not be the way. I could just have more.
Dimensional expansion increased to 300%. New understanding of matter manipulation technology allows the dimensional storage to deconstruct all matter to the subatomic level, storing its elementary particles until the part is recalled.
You are digging into deeper layers. Shallow matter contains wind of symphonies and void songs and deep echoes.
It is fascinating what one can find out simply by looking closer.
These two are getting way too friendly for my taste. It's starting to freak me out a bit.
Research completed. Smokeless powder recipe unlocked. New sulfur research available for the development of high-end weaponry and ammunition.
I was thinking of maybe trying to go for explosive rebar sooner than later, so I could get the rifle. A priority merger. That's new. That was not part of the radar tech. Okay. False Obelisk, just the Explorer. The Explorer doesn't feel of use for anything. Like, the jetpack is just faster. I could theoretically just grab another stack of 100 SAM fluctuators. And get the upload speed as well.
Dimensional upload
There you
speed
go.
increased. All of the kinetic and thermal energy released during matter conversion has now been repurposed to aid with dimensional shifting, allowing several parts to pass through, for free.
The window is beautiful. Have you tried making a door?
I assure you that would be a most unhealthy action for the Pioneer to take.
And there we go. And now all of the stuff that I just dumped into this container is gonna go and get sorted out. Even more importantly, this is now uploading at 60 per minute instead of the old 30, and it holds 2 stacks instead of just 1. So fuel and obelisks and yeah, all of that good stuff is now, we can hold more of it. Quite a lot more of it. So, what's next in the build here? I think we're ready to restart building. So, I know I was sorting out, yeah. So we have the iron smelter here and the copper smelter there. I was sorting out the smelters, mostly. And yeah, the floor I'm standing on I know is going to be a logistics floor, for sure. But I think there's also going to be a slight logistics floor right below. I'm also going to have to figure out where I'm going to put my space elevator. Ow. None of this is connected, isn't it? Nah. None of this is connected. That's why I was running on the fuel-powered jetpack. I remember now. Okay. How... How modular do I want this? In terms of power... Like, in terms of power line separation, I could shut down any factory right now. Because I've got a switch in front of each and every one of those. I think that's enough. I don't think I need to add, like, yet another layer on top of that. There is a point where it can become overkill, and I think we've reached that point. So, we'll connect these two together. That line here connects the copper to the iron. And then over here, that's basically going to be my smelter power line. So, my power floor is there. I'm probably going to have to build out from that. I also might want to build myself a little structure, blueprint thing, to be able to bring in many power lines at once. And keep them sorted out, if I can. So, how about just kind of a power pole kind of situation? But a power pole that allows me to keep stuff sorted. Okay, so let's say small pillar support. Okay, and then I'm gonna throw not the frame pillar. This is a metal pillar. Okay. Wall mounts. I don't seem to be able to mount wall outlets to this. Hoping I'd be able to, but okay. Somehow I could mount power poles to the side of this. Hold on, can I? Doing... Lock. Then nudge. Okay, there's something there. There's something there. There's something there. Just go for a beam. Like something smaller than that.
I don't care how your factory looks, just make it efficient.
Ada, I'm doing something here. Stop that. Okay, yeah, this is actually looking a bit more like it. Because now we could have 3 of those like that. Like that. That would allow me to carry 12 power lines at once. And if I remove this, just build straight up just the beam from the floor and do that, then that means I can stack it. This is a bit more compact and just stack more of them if I want to. Is that still going to be like 8 wild lions? Oh. Nah, that looks pretty bad. I was hoping to be able to put one on the end. I do like a... I do a beam connector here. Nah. So that here is a stackable 16 line power source. No, not search. That one. I'm seeing arrows on those power connectors, but I don't really have a place to experiment with this. That may be in the blueprint thing here. It's not connecting. Did it have to point a certain way? Okay, before I put all of these in, I'm going to experiment until I can get the auto-connect to work on one. Just from seeing the orientation of the arrows when I try to place the blueprint. I have a sneaky suspicion that these wall connectors are actually oriented in a certain direction. I don't think I can auto-connect this. I was hoping I'd be able to. There's another thought. Let's do... Let's try this. Just to see if working with actual power poles. Okay, I think that my fantasy of having those buildings here with lines that auto connect might be a bit far-fetched. I'm probably gonna have to connect those by hand, but Yeah, so these I can work fairly easily. Just I have to connect every single one of these, but the other thing I wanted to check. I mean, it kind of stacks, but it kind of doesn't. There's just a little bit of spacing there, which is going to bug the hell out of me. Okay, takes a bit more space, but that should look better when we try to stack it. Yeah, that looks fine. That looks pretty damn good. A little bit of spacing, but I can work with that. Okay. Does this clear the Fixmas trees? Kind of. Just slightly clip through. problem with that. Problem I am seeing with that already. Gets in the way of the logistics floor. And I completely forgot to check if I had reloaded far back enough. Why is this not connected? Is it glitched? It is glitched. Okay. Come on. Arrgh. Stupid jetpack that doesn't have infinite fuel and I keep killing myself. Still haven't looked at why this train keeps only bringing coal and nothing else. I was thinking about that and then I got distracted, as usual, and then completely forgot about it. So this train seems to be shipping nothing but coal here. But I had also dropped... Might have been this one here. Okay, I'm not seeing any iron ore on here. There's a good sign. Out of my way. If there's any, it's going to be in that stack here. Basically, I was about to say the top 9. No. There's a top 6, and then there's the next 9. Not seeing any. I think I went back far enough. Alright. Time to figure out what's going on with this. I'm guessing I have to shift some stuff back to the aluminum base to start producing other stuff. It's either that or I massively messed something up, which is entirely possible. Assembly director system. That's going to be the first one that I try to make. Okay, so what I'm doing here and what I'm seeing while we're waiting for the train, I'm keeping an eye on, well, not keeping an eye. I am, yeah, there's nothing but coal on this train. What is going on? It's not getting loaded. It should be bringing back aluminum frames. It should be bringing back alt class sheets. It should be, yeah, it should be bringing back a bunch of stuff. And it's not. That's concerning. Gonna stop here and grab a bunch of coal as planned, but there should be alclad and aluminum casings getting loaded in here, and they're not. Which means they're not getting produced. Why? Why are they not getting made? Wait, which one is the... God, I keep getting lost in my own base. That's pretty horrible. There should be these. So it should be these two. And as I suspected, the machines making them just aren't making any. Because it's not getting any ingots. Okay. Why aren't there any aluminum ingots? No aluminum scrap. Where's the scrap getting made? Should be up here, I think. Okay, no solution. Where's the solution getting made? Over there. So it's at the very beginning. Because it's not getting water. I've disconnected the water, haven't I? I've mistakenly disconnected the water. Yeah, there's no water here. Where did I disconnect the frickin' thing? That's empty. That's empty. Because there's no water in the reservoirs at all. Is there no water getting brought up at all? Why is this idling? Yeah, that's full, but... that's completely empty. Why is this full? And this isn't? The pump is pushing it that way. And even more importantly... okay, that's not flowing at all. This is not working. Okay. But also... okay. Look at that. This... something's wrong with these pipes. Because those machines are not running because they're considering like they're full, but they're not. And that water over there, that's just a residue from From this, it just pumps out some water. That's still full. That's still complete. It's not getting through that junction for some reason. And now that's not flowing. God damn. Okay. Something's wrong with my water pipes. The joys of friggin' fluid dynamics. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out now. Not the power line. Just the pipes. Just destroy all of that. Get rid of all of that. Get rid of this too. That's actually slowly starting to flow. It's taking its sweet time, but it's slowly going. So this just means it needs an extra pump, really. Okay, anywho. It's not flowing because... Oh, god damn it, I just realized. It's the canisters. It's full of empty canisters. And it doesn't have anywhere to get rid of them. So I've completely ruined my water production from not wanting to dump empty canisters. Because I basically went, well, why would I dump them? I could just reuse them. But if they have nowhere to go, then they just clog up the system. So any overflow empty canisters I have to throw in the sink. And even then, like, I have to unclog it, so... I don't think I had to redo the piping. Maybe. That junction is still kind of wonky. And the tube is so much slower than the train. I remember why I was waiting for the train now. Because when you have to climb so goddamn much, you lose so much speed. That the tube is useful to go back to base, but it's not useful to go out. Because it's too much of a climb. I had it set up right here too. Boom. And now everything restarts flowing. Because this whole system here isn't clogged anymore. So that by itself should restart my whole production for both Alclad and casings. Yep, look at that. That's silicon though. That's not. That's silica. Yeah, that's not anything else. But these guys here, they need the luminous solution. Guess what? They're getting it now. Because these guys needed water. And now they're starting to get it. I didn't notice it was a problem at first because these big tanks were still full. But now that they're not, it's a problem. Make sure that flows through a Mark II pipe, because I noticed there was a Mark I there for a second. So we'll get a lot more flow that way. I'll just empty them out by hand just to Give him a bit more room to work with. And now we got scrap flowing out of here at a decent pace. What is that, Mark IIIs? Probably speed that up a bit. There you go. There we go. That flows a lot faster and a lot nicer. Okay. Well, there was a major problem with the factory. I wasn't crazy about wanting to investigate that. This is making casings, isn't it? Yes. And there's the all-clad. Oh, I focused the all-clad on refilling the dimensional depot first because I use it for conveyor belts. So once the stockpile is full, then it's going to restart flowing out. I was actually pretty smart by past me here. That makes a whole lot of sense. So that way I always have enough materials to make myself a whole bunch of conveyor belts, which I will need a lot. I'm surprised I didn't run out yet. There we go, and there's the overflow. Now it's going to start putting out. Going to the train. As it should. So I'm making what? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 120 alclad per minute. That's not bad at all. Yeah, and now that is actually... going where I wanted to go on the train above. There you go. And I'll just ride that back home. And now there's actually stuff on this train. Not a whole lot, but some. So no, I was wrong. I didn't need to ship stuff from the main base to the aluminum base. I didn't need to. I was just a doof. I was just a big old doofus and completely forgot about the empty containers. Okay, so finally I got some other stuff that is not yeah, finally I got some other stuff that is not just coal coming out of this train. There you go. There's not a whole lot of Alclads still, just because of the timing of the train. But right now that's fine because it's finally starting to get made again. So it'll start showing up down here. Well, it is right there, as you can see. On the big old mainline conveyor. So, back to what I was working on while I was distracted, before getting distracted again, because that's what I do, it seems. I have been wondering if I should turn that on. Here, iron and copper smelter. With this current setup, that means that line go into here. And go into here. If I bring that all the way to... Turn the smelters on. That would help. Copper ores getting made. Yeah, so now my smelters are actually producing. There's a mistake in my copper smelter. There's a power line I forgot to connect. That's gonna need to get fixed. Do I have the same issue in the iron smelter? Yes. So on these building bricks, I forgot to connect the power line. That means the same problem is in the upper stacks as well. Whoa, why did I get heated that way? Okay, well now it's not producing at like half capacity. It's going at full capacity, as it should. So yeah, 240. Well, that's 480. And then this is made to take 120. So this is how I've mathed this out. Okay. Makes sense. Past me isn't completely stupid. Just fairly stupid. Not completely. Cool. And so now every time I need to hook something up that's new to the power grid, I could do it that way. Yeah, get that out of the way for now. Because I have a decently strong feeling that I'm going to want to be hooking up a concrete factory to some power. So that's really a test that's worth doing. How far off can I hook up these power lines? So here, okay? $12 or so seems to be the maximum amount. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If I've counted this right, that should connect. Four, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Also, why is my music not... Go. So now if I build a concrete factory down there, which I will need sooner than later, then okay. Before I build any more bricks of any kind, I should undoubtedly have a good look here at the smelter blueprint. That missing power line. If I don't fix it now, I know I will forget it. If I don't fix it right now, I know I'm going to forget it. So, I am going to go fix it right now. So that way I can forget it. And then it'll be fine. Blueprints. Smelters. Done. You know, same problem in the copper smelter. I'm guessing the Caterium smelter probably has the same problem too. Yep. So that tells me, that gives me a lesson, basically, for this rebuild. Is every time I build a new brick that I haven't built before, test it. Like, I've built all of that without hooking power to it. That was a mistake. It was a big, big mistake. I wish there was ways for me to be able to run power lines, well, to run power lines through floors in a way that looks clean, rather than just clip them through the floor. Not entirely sure how. Oh. I was about to say elevators, but no. Because as soon as I run power through an elevator, then it powers... Like, I can't keep my lines separate if I run them through an elevator. That's my issue. It doesn't give me the level of control over my power grid that I want.
Are you sure that spot makes sense?
They've added extra sass to Ada. Since 1.1, and I'm all for it. It's gonna be one of those where it's always going to be slightly off. It's gonna annoy the fuck out of me. Okay. There. Done. I don't have a concrete blueprint. I don't have a concrete blueprint. All right, let's go make one. I've got plenty of constructor blueprints I could base myself on. That should be easy enough. I'm also wondering something else, because this... This might just be like a power... I don't know how I'm going to make it fit with these conveyors plus the power lines. This is what keeps bugging me. And this is what is making me hesitate so much to build anything, is I don't know how I'm going to sort it out. And it drives my OCD completely insane to not know. Like even here, like that power line, I'm not even sure I want it to be there. I could mount it on the ceiling. That could be another idea. That could be another option. Have the full stack mounted on the ceiling, so that way I don't have to make a floor for it. Just mount it on the ceiling. That gives me enough room with the conveyors. And then in that case, I just get rid of the floor support. That one. Just get rid of that completely. And just build it this way. That's honestly probably a better option. What was I about to do? I got distracted again. Concrete. That's what I was working on. Mark 5, I need a constructor blueprint. Pipes. Sure. Let's base it on the pipes one. Okay. So now if we do recipe concrete, copy that, paste that on you. $45. That is 45 times 4. 180? That's a bit weird. I probably wanted it to be either 240. Yeah, I probably want it to be 240 instead. So I want this thing to be longer. Do I have a blueprint that is bigger for constructors? I'm guessing screws might be bigger. Yeah, it's 3 machines deep. That one makes better sense. So, if I go here, concrete, underclock it to... It's not going to be 80% this time, though. It's going to be 90. No, 88. $89. Okay, that's it. All right, sure. Because that's an input of exactly 40 per minute per machine, which means an input of exactly 240 limestone. Put 240 limestone, okay. Output of 13.3, 13 and a third times 3. So, that's 30 to 40. It did not stick. Copy. Paste. There we go. Yeah, 40. Closest makes no difference. 240 for 40 concrete. That doesn't feel like a lot. But okay, sure. Might as well look at all the power lines while I'm here. Connects to there, connects to there, connects to there, connects to... Yeah, that looks fine. That looks good to me. Okay. Concrete Mark 5. 240 limestone. 80 concrete out. Go. Concrete Mark 5. Yeah, I'm really not sure how I'm going to sort out my power. No, I know how I'm going to sort out my power situation. It's just I haven't bothered to do it. Ow. Concrete Mark 5. There we go. Look at that. Turn that thing around. It's supposed to be 4 tiles wide, so I'm going to line it up with the center of this. Bam. Limestone goes 240 per minute. Look at that. Exactly the amount that I need for one of these buildings. So that should power up. Which is on. Why are you not drilling? It says no power, but it has power though. It should. There's power flowing through here. Oh, because that hasn't been plugged all the way back to the main grid, hasn't it? Yeah, it hasn't. Anyways. Why is this floating in the middle of nowhere? Because out. There you go. I forgot that the concrete building is actually deeper than the normal ones. There you go. But once I've hooked that up to that line here, and then plug that line here over into where I need it to go, which is in the grid back there. I don't want to do too many of those until I sort out my power situation, but only to run a couple of tests here. Now that should have fired up. The whole concrete mining machine back there, and the whole setup should get going. Yeah, and I don't get that kind of problem from... Or do I? Do I even have... I don't have power yet. Why is it not giving me power? By all accounts, it should have power. The growing pains of a new design. I knew that was gonna happen, but... That's connected to there. Ah, I haven't connected that last line. That. To here. Now it should work. Yeah, now it's flowing on both sides. Okay. The reason why I don't want to have a floor here where I'm walking right now is because this whole floor is going to be logistics. It's gonna be a logistics floor for the most part. I've got the concrete running on this floor, sure, but it's kind of out of the way. The vast majority of this floor is just gonna be logistics and nothing else. Ow. So now I've got concrete right here. So, you know, eventually I'll figure out a line for it to go all the way to... all the way to the storage back there. And wherever else it needs to go. I'm completely out of Mercer spheres. I think I had... I think I have a dimensional depot right there for concrete. Back here, somewhere. That I could just move. Where's my concrete? I think it's here. No, I have a second one for concrete. It's back there, isn't it? Yes, that one. So for now, what I could do is just grab that one and build it right by the factory back there. Are you? Forgot that the Mercer Spheres were indestructible. Didn't fix all of the smelters, it seems. There we go. Now these machines are now idle, but that's because the ingots are full. As it should be. Okay. What is going on here? Okay. Climb this up. For now, I'll just feed the dimensional depot with the concrete here, just to make sure I don't run out. Until I find a use for it. Okay. I need a break. I already feel like I need to go to the bathroom. I've been going for 2 hours non-stop with no break, no coffee, no water, no nothing. I need to slow down a bit. I've been hyper-focusing. This is bad. I'll be back in a couple minutes. We're back. Okay. I think what's going to have to happen here... Yeah, I have to sort out my power facility first. This floor that I'm standing on here is going to be a logistics floor. It's going to have to go all around the Fixmas factory. And even like the outputs from this is going to go up to here. Like there's going to be a lot going on this floor. Up there, wanted to experiment with a little something here. If it's 6 of those there. 7. So even on just let's say a half foundation gap, like that, that's a hole with 16 lions. I don't think I'm going to need a ton of these, so I don't think it's worth trying to blueprint that in any way. Okay. Let's go back and sort out the power line blueprints. So this is going to be the ceiling of that logistics floor. Not. Now that I have this, I could build out from there, but the point is, yeah, I'm gonna want probably, I am gonna want a walkway. Well, let's say I do this straight up just like that, but I could just about walk under. No, not there. There. Why am I always off by there? Could make it look like it's supported in any way, that'd be great, but I don't think I can. Something like that, maybe? So that it looks like the walkway is hanging from it? Beam connectors. Okay, I don't hate the look of this. Because yeah, the power situation, like, I'm gonna be needing to build out a lot in terms of power lines and things. And I need to be able to access all of it pretty easily. So I need to be able to get to a walkway under it. I need to be able to It's like, even here right now, this switch floor, like, a lot of the floor could just go away. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of that. Now, the other thing that I'm wondering about, I'm kind of hoping works, but probably not, but I'm still hoping. Nah, I'd be stunned. Okay. I need to sort this shit out too. It's a mess. This place is gonna need a revamp, but it's mostly here, like that bit here. A lot of these connectors are probably gonna have to go to this side. Like, yeah, I'm gonna have to sort the lines out for sure, but it's 4 meters. It's 4 meters high right now from this ceiling. I don't have a 1 meter ramp. It's kind of what I need right now. I mean, I'll have to build it out of concrete, I guess. There you go, so just walk up to this, there. And now I can just... If I do 10, like that, because I know, like we've calculated about the length of these power lines. if I bring that to here, and then connect with just one more catwalk, I know this will connect fine. Okay, this is redundant. So this here should be for other stuff. Okay. Power line, obviously. Yeah, let's just destroy all of that. Okay. So, power line, number 1. Power switch, number 2. Line stack, number 3. Catwalk. Maybe even a walkway instead of the catwalk. I've been using the catwalks quite... I do like the industrial walkways though. Here. Yeah, it looks a little sturdier, a bit more industrial, a bit more heavy duty. I think I prefer that. I think at the bottom, I'd like to have some extra connectors of some kind. Those beam connectors there. Like that. Oh. Oh, hold on. I like that better. Yeah, I like the look of that better. Okay. There we go. So now I got this look, and then if I go straight walkway, zoom to 10. Calculated this right, that should connect right up. Yep. That's the max range of these wires, I think. That also means I can have a lot of them completely sorted out. And if I need to have more, add another beam, make it wider, make more. I'm not going to make it lower because underneath is going to be the conveyors and the logistics and all of that stuff. So I don't want it to go lower than what it is. But I can make it wider, and from having a walkway here, I could easily connect the wires nonetheless. Yes. This is a much better solution. Because now the whole floor that I've built underneath here can go away. That doesn't need to exist anymore. Because now I've got the walkway. If I just, run that all the way back, I can get rid of that, suspend the power line from the ceiling, There we go. How I'm gonna sort out all of these switches, I'm not sure yet. But concrete factory, iron copper smelter. Those two right now are not used. I might want to do something entirely, not entirely separate, but a little different. Because right now, what is it? The main line goes here and down here and comes out there, and it comes out only one line there because it feeds the elevator. So what I think should happen is that the main line here should move over all the way to about here. Have the one output plug into there and plug into the elevator. And then be done with it. So all of this needs to move. And then these walls here are going to be inputs, and I'm going to have the 16 inputs to fit with that. I might even just fit one of those through. Like without the walkway, I'll just take out the walkway. But that one, that exact one. Build it like here-ish. That's the conveyor lights for these little buildings here, I think. Don't yeet yourself off of things. Why do I keep doing that? No. Stop leaving holes in your floors and look at where the hell you're going. Conveyor light should be that one. Okay. That's fine. Next.
A good effort, I suppose.
Thanks, Ada. Okay. Like in front of the elevator, I'm not, yeah. So this one here is gonna be the output one. So I'm gonna make it in copper. That's where the output is. Good. Next. I don't think this should be up on this. Hold on. Is that an entry point? That is. Okay. So all of the exit points for the main line, like that one doesn't even need to exist right now. But all of these should probably be on the ceiling in instead, just to make it a bit easier to sort out. So the main line's on the ceiling, the input lines are on the walls, and I just plug all the switches. That makes a lot more sense in my brain now. Not the... Here we go. And I know the way I've set it up is the B side of every switch should be the main line. So, one of these was an input. Fuck. One of these was an input. And I don't remember which one, so I'm reloading before the next autosave kicks in. Right as I say it, I delete the wrong one. God damn it. I hate myself when I do that. Okay, B side. B. These two, that can go. That's an entry point. That's an A side. A. Don't delete that one. that moment when you actually have to speak to yourself like you're 3 years old because you're too stupid to understand otherwise. God damn. Okay. That goes there. The ceiling is now the new main line. And that plugs onto there. Okay. So now if I look at, let's say, this switch, yeah, we have full power on both sides, as it should be. That plugs onto the battery bank that's below. How's the battery bank looking down there? Mostly full power. Oh, it's charged.
Stop wasting time.
Wow, Ada. Oh, there's some sass if I've ever seen it. Yeah, that looks about right. There you go. Door. Main line comes out above the door. Yes. These lights are a mess. I don't know why I've put them there, and I don't care. Next. Power switch right here. Actually, power switch outside. Everybody lights on. Now the lights are on. Okay. Well, that's plugged back in. That's sorted out. And now I have a lot more connectors to play with. Guessing it's going to happen just about here-ish. No. Off by one. That one. Okay. This might have to just be like a basic 1 meter wall. Maybe. Maybe not. It's a little wider than I thought. It's wider than a single tile, and it might become even wider than that. Okay. That's fine. That's 8. That's 16. There you go. So that is now 16 switches that I can set up fairly easily. So let's say here. Two, 3, 4. Then flipped around from them. That's a lot less spaced out. There we go. Then it's just a matter of joining up the A's to these, to each one of these, and the B's to the main line. There you go. So that's these 4 now plugged in, which correspond to these 4 here in the corner. Then I keep doing the same thing. It's going to be a mess and a tangle of wires in here. It's going to be horrible, but This is the only place where it's really going to be a tangle of wires. Everywhere else should be fine. There we go. So that's where all of the B connector get plugged in. Because I've got all of the A's on this side. And now I've got all of the connectors for the B's on the ceiling. So let's do that here for this side. Like that, and then B, 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 B. Okay. It looks terrible, but I could keep it kind of hidden away, which is not too bad. And for those entry points here, like all of these here, I'll probably have another one of those pillars to try to kind of line up all of the lines bit kind of this way. Okay. So over here I usually lower the closest. So A. That one to this A. So now I know, and then this is the third one. This is the fourth one. Same thing for here. Closest, actually. No. I'm gonna mirror. It's mirrored compared to the other side, so it has to be like that. Go. And B. There we go. That's all of them set up. 16 switches. All the way to here. I'm not going to connect every wire on this. Because I need to still keep figuring out, you know, what is getting connected where as I go. So as I run lines here, I'll just, you know, plug it onto here and then go in, identify the switch, turn it on. There should be a door here as well, from what I'm... This is nightmare fuel. Not gonna lie. But if I ignore the wires, everything else is actually really neat and really nice. So I'll ignore it. The other thing I'm going to be able to do, I believe, is going to be to have some basic walls go that way. Gonna close the building right here. There we go. Now that that's sorted out, now I can think about ceiling lights. I am gonna want some lights around here, for sure. That's a little in the way. Let's not do ceiling lights then. Let's do wall spotlights, I think. Let's do wall-mounted floodlights instead. Do like two of them. Maybe one on each side of the window. Yeah, that mostly lights up all of the switches. That should do. If I need to, I'll add more on this side. But for now, that works. Okay. Now, the other matter that I'm seeing is I will not want to go in a straight line here, because if I want to build a building around the freaking Christmas factory, I'm going to have to give it some clearance. Either I do one more or one less. It's gonna be one more. Yeah, it's only 90-degree angles, so not that straight line. Now the question is, does that connect? Yes, it does. Okay. It's worth testing, but for now I don't want to build all of them. Loop to 10. Oh, it's actually a lot more than that, because it's 10 tiles and not 10... walkways. That'll depend on how many connectors I need, really. I'm probably better off building more, even if that means more connections. Just because all of these connectors are gonna have to go like down and up and connect to things all over the place. There we go. Quite likely the smelters are going to get connected to this one. There we go. That's not a bad spot. Like, this is... Okay. Yes, I'm happier with this, because it's a compact way to bring a lot of power lines in one place, while still having control over the power grid and being able to shut down any part of the factory that I want if I need to. Here we go. Like, that's most of the way there. Or, well, most of this place. That also means that with this amount of connectors, I can now decide to have... Like, all of the smelters are currently connected together. I don't have to now. If I decide that I have enough lines... Could have the copper smelter in one. I don't think I will. I don't think it's worth it. I think I'll have the concrete on one. And then I'll have the smelters on another one. There we go. So that could be the smelter line. So I'll just run that all the way back. to here. Which goes in there. Into that line. Right there. Which I believe connects to this switch or this. I think it's this one. Max consumption 306. See? This one's not connected to anything. So it's this one. Iron and copper smelter. Bam. On. This is a much more elegant much better power management solution. Makes a mess where the switches are. That part still bugs me. I might try to figure something else out with that. But from what I'm seeing here, that works. So I could decide to do the same thing with the concrete factory here, where I could go like this. To about there. Power line goes right to the edge of it so that I can run many if I need. Now that one, go all the way back. Right in here. And it should be this switch here. Max consumption. There you go. Concrete factory. That also has the advantage now of knowing how much each of the elements of my power grid is pulling. Because if I decide to shut down the smelter, and look here, I know it pulls 306. So if I decide to merge some of the grids for certain switches, you know, I might want to just segment in blocks of, I don't know, 1,000. But I have that level of control now. I can do it. If I could identify... I can't, like, spray paint anything on... Yeah, I can't customize that, but... Or that. Yeah, the only thing I would like to be able to do would be potentially to try to identify those power lines. Just had a thought. Those little label signs, those little square signs. Maybe I could do it with that. Not gonna be able to do it there because of the what the hell is the word I'm looking for? Connector. That's the word. And with the cable sticking, yeah, without the connector there, it looks goofy. So the ones at the edge, I would have issues identifying. I mean, I could identify those. Just the ones at the edge that I'd have issues with. Actually, no. I could just... If I just... I know there's gotta be a way to nudge it out. That works. Yes, that works. Okay, so I can identify them. I wish there was a way to just kind of overwrite a blueprint. Just straight up replace it with a new version of it. Because if I go and update that with the signs now, I'd like to be able to upgrade it without having to redo all of the wires. God damn, this game is pretty sometimes. And by sometimes, I mean very often. Okay, so... like that. Let's do... How would I do, like, I think I'll just give it, like, the power line icon here. That makes no sense. No. Nothing. Can I just want to clear it. Can I just clear? Okay. I want to strictly black background here. All black. So now I have a way to label my wires. Better. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but I'm probably gonna have to redo it. I'm not gonna redo that one, I think. I'll redo everything else. So it's top left, concrete. Top left is concrete, top right is smelter. Why did it not copy? Copy, there you go. I have to hit it like 1,000 times for it to work. There you go. Here is going to be ingots. So yeah, I'll use the standard iron ingots, I guess, for that one. That is now pasted. Cool. I don't know if I just step off from here. That it should copy it with the labels as well. Oh, come on, it didn't. I was hoping it would. Didn't copy again. There you go. Wish I could grab like a full blueprint, but it still wouldn't do anything. Like I could grab from destroy mode, but still doesn't copy the sign. That's not the concrete one. That is. Good thing I double checked. And this is why I want to label my stuff. Go here. Out of quartz crystal. I believe I have some quartz crystal shipping. If I just grab it from storage down here. There it is. It's right there. So if I just throw that in there. That's quartz crystal, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yeah. Now the problem is that it needs quartz crystal to make the sign, but to make the labels. But I'm totally fine with that. Like it's. Go back to here. That. This is while the crystal is getting uploaded. Start labeling stuff. What I wanted. There we go. Now what remains is just run the lines, finish labeling the stuff. And now every time I run a new line, I could just label it as I go. That way I keep track of what is powering what. Okay. Yes. I was not happy with how things were going so far, because I was being super scatterbrained. I couldn't make a decision. I couldn't... I didn't really know what I wanted. But this... this makes sense to me. And that should now fire right back up. Well, it's in yellow down there, so that means it's idle. It's got power, but it doesn't have anything to make, which is perfect. I'm fine with that. And now we fly back. Copy this sign. There we go. Not copied. God damn it. Hit Control C instead of Control V, and now I have to go all the way back to copy it again. There we go. So now I have a way to run wires where I want them to go and label them and keep track of them and not get confused with my own power grid. which I constantly did before. Finally, okay. I'm happy with that. We haven't built a ton today, but this is the growing pains of redesigning a whole... It's not just rebuilding a base, it's redesigning even the principles underlying the base. But this makes sense to me. This makes a lot more sense. Okay. Now. Yeah, now my concrete factory is actually doing stuff. It's building up and it's uploading. Output any, right output overflow, center output none. So we always prioritize the dimensional depot. And then so the other thing I've been thinking of is I might want to make a smaller logistics floor right underneath the one I'm standing on here. Let's say at the height of this ceiling. I build it here. Why is it slightly off? That's perfectly lined up. Ow! That's not perfectly lined up on the grid. That's why. It's my copper smelter that's off. Oh, that's gonna have to get rebuilt. God damn it. Okay. But even here, like if I decide to do it here, let's say to that range. Then this could be a good kind of floor height for a conveyor feed to bring it into the sorting machines. Well, I'd probably have to do some like that. Probably plug it into even those conveyors there, potentially. So we basically have double logistics floors here. One for the train stuff, and another one for, well, everything that's going to storage, really. The one for the finished components for the rest of the factory. That's that one up there. This one down here is just to feed this. Do I really need to make a whole floor for that? That feels like overkill. That feels overkill. No, that's definitely overkill. It's not. No, I don't think it's worth it. Because I can't bring in, like, I can't throw in that much stuff at once. Like, those conveyors are already at full capacity because of the trains. It's actually at a point where I am gonna need to figure out a way to fill my mall faster. That's already going to flow a little bit faster there. But those are still 2 full Mark V conveyor lines. And this is like, it's going to start jamming up as soon as we're gonna start losing capacity, basically, as soon as more stuff starts coming through. Let's line this up here. So I think it could be a little conveyor tunnel of some kind. That comes out to about here. And by comes out to about here, I mean couple floor holes, couple of mergers in there on the conveyor itself. You know. My grid is off. My grid is off. Why is it off? God. Why does my grid have to be off every single time? Now, if I don't fix it, it's going to infuriate me until the end of my days. How? How is it off is more the question here. How did I manage to offset my foundation grid that badly? Do I have like a half piece somewhere that's throwing everything off? Because that's lined up here. Why is it off over there? There's no half piece here. And that's the bit of floor I just built from here. Okay. But somehow it's not lined up with this floor? How? That's lined up. Okay. But that's not. What did I build that from? I built it from there. That building is 2.5 blocks deep. Actually, it's not 2.5 blocks deep. It's offset. It's not on the grid. It's not lined up with the grid. None of these are lined up with the grid properly. Again. Oh, man. This is all gonna have to get rebuilt again. Otherwise, my OCD is never, ever, ever gonna let me live with this. When I didn't realize it, I was fine. Now that I know it, there's no way I could leave it like this and not fix it. It's gonna drive me completely insane if I don't. I thought at least one of these was lined up properly. None of them are. I'm guessing even the concrete one up there probably isn't. Nope, it's not. Yeah, none of them are. Absolutely none of them are. God damn it. Okay. Let's start here. Might as well. The problem is, because of the power switch, it makes it so the line of the blueprint is slightly off. To line up the building, I actually have to put it here, like that. And even then, it's still not lined up 1 and 2. There. That's lined up. Power switch is useful, but it's throwing my brain off when it comes to building. That's lined up. Okay. Now all of these aren't lined up either. Even that one is slightly off. What is it with my brain not being able to build straight today? Well, not even today. A few days, but a few weeks ago. I mean, okay. No, I just realized. I built this when I was having the really bad cravings. Right before I got to rehab. That's why. Okay, no, I forgive myself here. It's just, it's annoying, but it's understandable. Yeah, it's annoying, but I get it. Okay, fine. I should not be so hard on myself. Okay. Well, we know it works, at least. The foundation. Is there a splitter down there? Why was there a splitter under the floor? That's my SAM fluctuator making machine, isn't it? Yeah. Sure, I'll throw a bit more wire up there. I'm gonna flood that with ore and concrete and limestone and what? It is the fastest way to empty my pockets. The ore and the ingots. Yeah, let's have another sink like here-ish. That one is straight up like not overflow from anything else, just a straight up trash can. All the stuff that I know is gonna go straight to the trash anyway. I should not flood the sorting machine with that. I should just throw it in here. Just like that. That's now getting... There we go. So the stuff that has to get sorted will. The stuff that I know needs to get dumped, like the ore, just goes. Okay. That's gonna help things run a little bit smoother, at least. Not a normal one. Big one. There. Doesn't need to be that long. It doesn't need the big curve. And it's a thing I could just empty my pockets from when I get off the elevator. There we go. I'll even label it. Text. No, can I just have like just the icon and nothing else? Sure. No text. Big old trash can. Done. Garbage bin. Yeah, Cybertrucks go there. Absolutely. That's my Cybertruck container right there. Okay. Also, hello Riley. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. This is a little annoying, but we're gonna. Now that I know what's going on, I can sort it out. It was just me being super scatterbrained. And now I can fix it. So, let's fix it. Over here, I have to rebuild my copper smelters. So, blueprints, Mark 5, copper ingot smelter. Turn that around, and now I know it's not with this line because there's a power switch at the front. It's two. It's two little knocks forward. Now, the corner of the building is lined up with the corner of the tile, which means if I build off from the roof, it's going to line up with everything else, which it didn't before. Okay, we got this. There we go. Now I know I need 4 of those. So 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles. Yes. Your factory is just spaghetti? My factory was spaghetti until I destroyed it all, and now I'm in the process of rebuilding it. But it was spaghetti, and it was driving me absolutely insane. So I went, fuck it, destroyed it all, and now I'm trying to sort it back out. Okay, that power switch is not going to be needed. That power switch is not going to be needed. I'll only keep 1 power switch for the whole thing here. I don't think I need to keep all 4. Okay, so I'll just power line there, power line to there, power line to there. That switch here, the A side, is gonna go to the main line, which is up there. So I'm gonna want it to probably, well, I'll figure out exactly where the connector needs to go. Actually, main line is there. It's coming from this side. So the power switch I should have kept is here. It's the one I had here that I destroyed. That's fine. I could still pretty easily. There you go. So B side for the factory in, A side for the main line. Up it back out to here. That goes there. And that is also going to connect to the other smelter that's over here when I've rebuilt it, because it's slightly offset and it's driving me mad. I also think I'm going to build it. I'm going to stack it right beside the copper one. I'm going to line it up with this piece of floor here. At least for this side of it. I'll keep a bit of space, so probably a few tiles wide, maybe 4 or 5 tiles wide. Yeah, 5 tiles wide, so I'll rebuild it, but here. And then we'll just reconveyor, repower the whole thing. And I'm even very likely... Yeah, because I need... I made 4 of these bricks for the copper. But I have 8 of these for the iron. Starting to wonder if I shouldn't just stack it higher. But... No, floors and things. No, I'm probably better off not going higher than that. And these things are already fairly wide. How's my inventory? Okay, my inventory is not too bad. Let's just get rid of this crap. And I'll rebuild it over there. So, you. Gotta make sure I'm not going through this line here. So, I do it that way. Kind of line up the corner of the building here. Yes! That's what I want. Okay. And yes, I have, like, even these little buildings. Yeah, actually, you've got ads, so I'll wait. There you go. Ads are done. Welcome back, Riley. So basically, the point of these little buildings is my factory is still gonna be spaghetti. But the spaghetti is hidden inside. Instead of, you know, all out in the open. And I treat each and every one of these bricks like a single... like a machine in it itself. So... I basically treat this whole block here like a big constructor. Linmer, hello! Good morning, sir. Or happy time zones, I should say. I have no idea where you are. But yes. So basically, each and every one of these blueprints, those big old bricks, I treat them as a single constructor. And I've marked everything. So here is 120 ingot, 120 ore, for 60 ingots on this side, 60 ingots on that side. So that way I can balance out and kind of figure out exactly how many of these bricks I need and for what I have. So I know like this mining machine here can push 240 per minute. So I need one of these for 2 of these bricks. One of these for 2 of these bricks. And then I have these 2 machines. I got that one and that one back there, which I'm going to plug into the... Well, these bricks are... I'm going to need to rebuild them because they're slightly offset compared to where they should be. Which is driving me absolutely mad. But yes. Now, the other thing I want to do... This power line... I'm going to line it up to about there. Because the power switch for this, I'm going to put it a bit off. A little off to the side. Right here. There you go. And then... Actually... I mean, yeah, I could connect it in there and have that. There you go. And the A is gonna go to the main line, which is gonna be, which is that one right there. I'll try to figure out a way to not make it as messy. I mean, I could just plug it onto here. But I don't want to plug it onto here because then that switch shuts down everything. I want better control than that over my power grid. I'm just going to pull out a line to about, well, here. Then run that over there. So now this here should give me, yep. Once I've plugged all of the inputs and outputs, it should work just fine. Other thing I'm going to want is to have the related mining machines plugged into the same switch and the same building. That line here is going to go away. That going to go to there. So that way, if I shut it down, even the mining machines shut down. Which is what I want. Off, mining machine is off. On, mining machine is on. Linmer, yeah, oh, welcome. Sorry, I was a little hyper-focused. This game is very much, it's very much enabling my OCD. I'm not, well, my undiagnosed OCD. I don't, you know, I wouldn't dare to diagnose myself with that, but I do have some compulsive tendencies when it comes to this game. In that if anything even slightly off the grid, I need to rebuild it all. And I'm a little obsessed with wiring and conveyors and how everything lines up. To the point where I've actually designed those power pylons over here that allows me to run separate lines that I could run to a switch all the way back there. And each and every one of those power lines now has a label, so I can actually know what power line runs what. And it goes all the way back to that central back here at the other end of this path. To this building here, where I have a whole lot of switches wired up, giving me control over every part of the factory as I build it, so I can shut down parts of the factory or put them back on as I need. So if I blow a fuse, I can actually control what I shut down. Yeah, we're at that level now. A little, yeah, Riley. It's not a little. It's really not a little at this point. I've come to terms with the fact that it's definitely not a little. But yeah, I wanted to have like a proper power control plant building. This place, like this wiring is nightmare fuel, don't get me wrong. But if the nightmare stays in here and I still have control over all of the switches, over all of the what I want, and everything else outside is neat, I can kind of ignore it. Kind of. It's still gonna bug me, but not as much. And I'm actually quite happy with this little blueprint thing here. I think it looks quite nice. It's got a suspended walkway on it. All of my wires are labeled. I can switch the labels whenever I want as I build up lines and things and figure it out. So now the smelter, I know, is that one over there because it's got an ingot sign. And that one has got a concrete sign. Although it looks... Yeah, visibility's not great. But hey, I'll figure it out. But for now, at least, like, I've got a way to label things. I've got wires running nice and clean and neat. I've got a walkway to run all of that wiring, depending on where it needs to go. And I've got a few conveyors ready to feed the rest of this factory. Just a few. But yeah, like, I know now that this wire here runs the whole concrete factory, which is there. And I know that this wire goes that way and runs the whole smelter setup, which... don't like this. If I want to shut down just the copper, like, I've already got the copper on a switch down here. You wish this game was on Game Pass? Yeah, kind of. I get it. For me, like, out of principle, I still refuse to give Microsoft money for Game Pass, but they're starting to get make a really compelling argument with it in that there's a lot available for fairly cheap. That's the thing though, like, the principle for me is that it's not buying, it's renting. Game Pass doesn't, well, you say it helps support a small studio. Which one? With the amount of games on that, like... it doesn't mean that it helps support a small studio. It helps support Microsoft, for sure. Satisfactory is definitely worth buying, and I'm very happy I bought it, and I am, you know, I'm never going to change my mind about that. Okay. That's where the wires go up. reward quests. Redeem monthly for the Game Pass. Hold on, you can actually do that? I've never seen that. That doesn't feel like a thing that's available in Canada. If it is, then I'm not aware of it. Okay. Let's see here. So that goes to here, and then I can shut down the whole iron factory from that switch. If I want to shut down the whole copper factory from that switch, then what that means is this line here needs to get redirected. Okay. So this switch is gonna move to here. Line A to the main line. Line B to the building. Then I want the mining machines to be plugged onto the building and not the main line. So that here is going to go down to here. That power pulls the main line. Live in the same city as Triple. Oh, all right. Okay, so Western Canada. There. This could plug onto that. Yeah, so now the mining machines are in the red. That's also red. And it should turn yellow as soon as I flip this switch. Yellow. Yellow up there. Yellow up there. Yellow up there. Yellow on the mining machines. Perfect. That's the level of control I want over my power grid. Okay. That makes sense now. Next. I gotta reconveyor all of this stuff. Should be fun. Too long, so if I put like a support here, then plug that in, the ore could flow that way, and then I go splitter right here, that goes in there. That's the input sorted out. Now it's going to be a matter of sorting out the output. Actually, no, it's definitely not the input all sorted out, because I've got the upper floor. Trying to remember here. Oh, I've got a lot of stuff in my inventory I'm gonna have to dump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. There we go. That should be enough input. Exactly enough input for all of these machines. Because I've marked it as 120, 120 for each block. These machines push 240 each. Yeah, so one of these for 2 of those. That's it. Okay. That's that sorted out. Next. Iron. First, I am realizing I should probably... I should build myself a little hypertube kind of thing to be able to get here quicker, because I'm going to be doing a lot of back and forth from here to back to storage. Maybe down there. Let's make myself one down here, just for the sake of speed. I don't think I can fit under that. There we go. All of that in the bin. Had to really dig. Xbox app, click your profile, go to profile, click rewards. Bunch of quests to earn points. Okay, I'll look into that. That might help. Depending on what the quests are. Like, with some luck, it might be... To do that, you need a subscription. So I need to pay at least for a month, and then hope I can earn a free month afterwards. Okay. If you do it, you have it for free further on. Yeah, that's... I mean... Don't even remember the last time you paid. Yeah, the... Play Game Pass game. I mean, yeah, I'll look into it. Play a game on a console, which I don't have. Yeah, that's the other issue, is I don't own any consoles. At all. So if the quest is buy an Xbox, then it's not gonna happen, you know? Why does it say, hold on, why does it say too steep? It's literally straight. Why does it say too steep? What the? Just sure, I'll throw it on default mode, because at this point I'm not even going to want to care. There we go. That's the input sorted out. Now I've got to rebuild the other side. Because that one is also slightly off. This amount of times on Bing from PC. Oof. I think I just threw up a little bit in my mouth. But yeah, I get it. Well, hello there. Wifey and the Druids showing up today. Thank you very much for the raid, as always. Your unwavering support has been pretty special. Hello there. Hello there, everybody. As you might have noticed, my name is Raven, which is why Wifey has adopted me. Welcome, everybody. I am currently in the process of, well, enabling my undiagnosed OCD is the best way I can describe it. Okay, I need 4 more of these bricks. That power line's probably gonna have to move. This here, and, nope, don't yeet yourself off the platform. One and two, so just line up to here. Nope. Thank you very, very much for entrusting your community to me yet again. go ahead, get yourself sorted out. You know, post-stream meal and snacks and self-care. Oh, you weren't feeling good. Oh, I hope you recover quickly then, no matter what it was. I hope you're not sick or anything. Yeah, make sure to rest.
The factory must grow.
The factory must grow indeed. For once, I fully agree with Ada, which I don't agree often, because she is all sass and not much else. What else? Those power switches are going to disappear. Because all of that is going to get plugged into there. Because I want all of it to be controlled by a single switch. I'm also going to need 2 more of these bricks on top. So. There we go. And power switch out, power switch out. That looks about right. Now what I can do is power line to here. Power line to here. Power line to down there. Power line to mining machines over here. That plugs onto there. That should work quite nicely. Okay, next. Eight. Beautiful. That machine's slower somehow. No, it's still pushing 240. Okay, it's just taking a bit more to get going. Yeah, that's all green in there because it's getting ore and it's getting stuff. That's a little too high. I miscounted. That works. Okay, yeah, that looks about right. That'll do. Go, and that goes into here. Okay. Iron ingots for days. Now that is sorted out. And the power situation for it is also sorted out. Let's test it. Shut down. Yeah, even those mining machines go to red here. Back on. That's the iron smelter switch. That one's the copper smelter switch. I'm not doing anything with those ingots yet, but now I have them, and I can. This machine here is not plugged into anything. I should probably sort that out. I'm alright with that. Yeah. Now I can still walk through. It's not too much in the way. Yeah. Okay. I'm finally starting to build stuff that I'm happy with. Which is quite the change for today, because I've been rough on myself. I gotta be nicer to myself sometimes. Not sometimes, especially today. It's been a bit rough on that side of things. But now, yeah. This here, that solution here, the 16 stack power line that I can actually extend to the side if I need to. That I'm happy about. Power management in this place was a thing that was, I wouldn't say it was giving me nightmares because I haven't played in a while, but it was one of those things that I really didn't know how to approach yet. And I knew the level of control I wanted over my power grid. And now that I've found a way to have it, that's going to change a lot of things. The other thing I'm going to do here is this particular wall outlet. I am actually going to move a little bit to about here. Because it's very likely that what's going to happen I'm going to leave like a single hole like that, on which I'm definitely going to be putting railings around. Donkey drums. Morning, morning, dude. Well, happy time zones to you. Thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate that. That is very nice of you. My stream is going alright. It's been up and down. This is one of those days, like, I saw you were, like, coding stuff on stream not that long ago. So I know you can relate to this. Sometimes you code something. Sometimes you code something, and it works, and you let it be for a while. And then you go back to slightly modify it, and your only reaction is, what the fuck was I on when I wrote that? I've been having one of those moments today. But then I realized that what the fuck I was on at that moment was, well, opioid cravings. Look, I'm not, yeah. Because that was stuff I built right before going to rehab. So, no wonder I was super scatterbrained and not lighting anything up and not doing anything the way I actually wanted to. My brain just wasn't there. My brain was focused on trying to get my hands on drugs. So, that would do it. that would do it. Okay. I'm also decently happy with this. The wiring is nightmare fuel, but everything else, like the idea behind it, works and makes all the sense in the world. I am gonna have to figure out a way to sort out this wiring. Let's not lie. I am going to redo this at some point. But it gives me, in terms of functionality, it gives me the level of control over a power grid that I want. And if I need to expand it, all I gotta do is quite simply add another beam, add a bunch of extra connectors, and keep going like that. I can just make it wider. And then still be able to keep running a bunch of conveyors underneath without it being a problem. So that I am quite happy with. Now this bit of floor here that I built before, that's gonna have to go away. Because this is gonna become a building in and itself. Because I can't destroy that. Because if I do destroy that, I'm not gonna be able to rebuild it. So this is like an homage to the Christmas factory of old. No, not that. There you go. Probably destroyed that bit of floor without wanting to. But yeah, so this little place, I am gonna try to build some kind of decorative building around it. I can't really, yeah, a lot of the stuff is kind of suspended on the roof. But I might just, yeah, get rid of it, build an actual proper roof on it. Like nothing is suspended from this roof here, so I could probably get rid of that. That's gonna be for next stream though, I think. I don't wanna get working on that just yet. I wanna figure out the actual factory first. go. All of that stuff into the bin. And all of the other stuff I know I want to keep, that's going to go into the sorting machine. Dang. And this I am happy with. I am never going to get tired of watching the sorting machine. This is a big old mall, actually. And, what it allows me to do is really just to have stuff, all of the stuff that I need. And even more importantly, it allows me to drop it into a single container at the entrance, the one that the hypertube is running on. And it goes through all of this and gets sorted into the proper boxes. I'm quite proud of that system. It works well. I have an inkling that this little gap here between the cliffs, I might be running like a hypertube highway through that. Have like a stack of 4, 5, 6 different hypertubes all going to different places. Actually, we have hypertube junctions now, so I could probably just run a few junctions to wherever I need to go. That's food for thought. Well, yes, our smelters are sorted out. Our power is a lot more sorted out than it used to be. That's for damn sure. Oh, I remember now. I was wondering what that was. That's the bridge I had before to my old... coal power plant, which is down there. It's still producing power. It's still useful. I should probably get that hypertube to somewhere that's a bit more useful. Yeah, I've left this foundation here just to be able to climb back up somehow, because I don't really have an easy way back up from back there if I go down. I could try to junction it up all the way up to there. That could be a way. Maybe. That'd be a hell of a detour, but it's either that or I'll just bring it back up to here and junction it to kind of that hypertube highway I was talking about. Okay. Now that I've got the smelter sorted out, and that I've got some clue of what I want to build where, at least to begin with, there's a few more questions to answer. I've got this conveyor highway back there. That is bringing in a whole lot of resources. But I don't have anything to bring resources back out, specifically out to the storage area. Which I feel like I should sort that out right away. At least give myself an area with some kind of conveyor highway, or at least a few conveyor belts that I could throw into that storage back there. I feel like this rooftop is just about the right height for it, which is what I was talking about until I realized that my grid was all wonky. I think this will be kind of a little tunnel, walkway thing. Not exactly sure. For all I know, that I might just suspend those conveyors on the ceiling. Well, I got like murders there. Yeah, I can't connect on that side, but no, that way. Like that. And then I'd have both of these kind of either running on the ceiling or stacking up with one another. I'm not entirely sure yet. Probably running side by side if I don't want them to take too much room here. Yeah, some like that. And then we'd have... Yeah, swatch that in green. So these would be kind of my output, storage outputs. Belts. Because these just go down to here and into the sorting machine. So the floor I'm standing on is probably going to go away. Is what I'm seeing here. And just to test it out, what kind of height? Okay, I could fit a third brick. I could fit a third brick under the ceiling, but not much else. Or on a single depth of conveyor. Hopefully without me on it. I mean, it's not that high. I'm not even going to take fall damage if I get rid of that. So that should be fine. So yeah. Yeah. The fact that I could just stack up a third brick without hitting this ceiling tells me that a single depth of conveyor belt should be enough here. I'm not going to be building from the roof of these bricks. I'm going to be building from that floor there. Which is also that floor there. It's all the same height. At least it should be, and if it isn't, I'll fix it. Like I just fixed this. Okay. Now... I have to start figuring out what I need to be building from here. Because in order to complete phase 4, as you can see above me, there are some specific components I need to make. These components need an insane amount of materials. Because we're on phase 4. We're pretty deep into the game at this point. And because I've destroyed the whole base, I have to restart making these materials / components. To be able to make the stuff that's above me, those 4 things. I also need to figure out where the final products are gonna go, because that space elevator is not connected to anything and is... I'm absolutely completely open to moving it to wherever I need it to be. Go. I know those green belts usually. Those army green belts are destined for storage. That's going straight into the storage facility now. Going all the way there. I keep going up. Now that this belt is built, yeah, it goes in here, merges into that, goes down there, which should also be green. Let's not. There you go. And now the concrete that I'm making back there is going in here, getting sorted out, and thrown into either that box or there's another box back there. We can see it go in here. Because I'm going to be building so much foundation, I knew I would gun in. I knew I was going to need a stupid amount of concrete. Now the other thing I am realizing though is that the way I've placed those belts it's still gonna let me put a merger there. If I need to kind of throw stuff into it, I'll be able to, like that. It's not ideal, but I can make it work. Okay. Well, hello there. Xylena, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. Are you a fellow... Are you a fellow Fix-It pioneer? Either way, whether you are or not, if you're not, you should be. But no matter if you are or not, welcome, and I hope you're having a great day. Alright. You are not. Your partner is an avid Fix-It employee. Oh, I see. I see, Xylena. That makes sense. I am quite proud of what I've built today. After struggling with it a decent amount, I'm not gonna lie. Now I'm at a point where I feel like I've achieved something. Which was not the case even just an hour ago. So, now we're actually at a point where I have to figure out what are the components I need in order to start making assembly director systems, which are the first item above my head for phase 4. Because I'm rebuilding this base from scratch, this could get a little challenging, but that also means I could basically dedicate the whole factory to that one item and then switch it around once I need to. Like, the smelters are not going to change because those machines are maxed out, but anything after that, I can basically tailor build to depending on what the component I need to have at the end is. So, I'm looking at Satisfactory calculator right now on my other screen, and I'm looking at basically what do I need to have one assembly director system per minute. One. Not just, you know, not a whole lot. One per minute. It requires, to begin with, 534 units per minute of copper ore. That's 480. So I'm not even going to be able to build one assembly system per minute. Never found interest in playing these games. It's fascinating. Yeah, it is kind of insane how big these structures can get. Like, what you see over there, that is nothing compared to what I had before. Aventinas, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Good morning to you. Or happy time zones, I should say. I have no idea where you are. It's not even morning for me. Why am I saying good morning? But yeah, these structures can get massive and bonkers, and I love it. And this is going to be the most massive and bonkers one of all once I'm done building it. It's just, I'm just getting started. So, one thing I am wondering here is if I could or should ship more copper or iron or both back to here. Which is undoubtedly an option. Like, I've got room on some of these trains to be able to ship more stuff. Like, not all of these conveyor belts are used right now. I could use some for that. Now the question is, where am I going to ship it from? But I've got a few options. I got a few options. And actually quite a lot of the stuff, there's stuff that I'm already kind of importing from other bases here that I think, on iron and copper, I think I'm fine, honestly. So both Zelina and Aventinas, welcome to my train station with elevator, because we're on 1.1. I'm on the experimental build. With elevator and assorted elevator music, very important. Let me shut down my boombox for a second. Yes, there is cheesy elevator music, and I love it. Yeah, so I have this train here going that way. I have 2 trains below me going the other way. Tube. I could go to the other bases. That is, yeah. That is the right I intended to hitch, just because I need to figure out exactly how much copper and how much iron I am able to ship back here, and in what form. Some of it is already converted to steel at the base I'm going to, all the way back over there. Oh, wrong way. There we go. So over here is my steel processing factory. Which, yeah, I've been a bit... I do like to build vertically, so... these things tend to happen. I'm okay with covering this hole, because otherwise I know I'm gonna fall down it. You know, it's just... I know I tend to fall off of platforms a lot, so... I need to kind of toddler-proof my own base. Because otherwise everything goes wrong. Railings. Industrial railings, that's the one. That way I don't accidentally yeet myself down this hole. Okay. So over here, I am throwing a decent amount of it in steel. So. Now let's have a look back at our production planner calculator thingy. So, of all of the iron ore I am currently pushing, which is... I need 225 of it to get turned into steel and eventually steel pipes. For a total of 30 steel pipes per minute, I am making a lot more than that here. That's 40, that's 80, 40 times 8. So, 320? Yeah, 320. So that's more than enough. Okay. Next. Copper stuff. I'm good with that. Copper sheet, circuit boards, I'm good with that. But that stuff I'll be making back at base. Iron ore, iron plates. Into reinforced plates, into modular frames. Okay. What does it say? 300 units per minute here. Hold on. It says 525 units of iron ore. It's, and then I look at the tree list and it says a lot more than that. Okay, I don't like this calculator tool because it is confusing me. It's not giving me the numbers I like. Well, it's not giving them to me in a way that I can actually read all that easily and kind of figure it out. I'll go back to here. I'll go back to... schematics. Okay. You know what? I'm actually going to capture my browser window here while I try to figure this out. It'll be a bit more interesting for you guys. Let's do not that. Add a source. A window capture. There we go. Put it at about that size. Okay. If we have a look over here. Calculator. Do 1.0 for now. I am technically on 1.1, but inputs. Raw resources you want to use and their limits. What is the base recipe? Assembly director system. That's the one. I go none, and then choose just that. Okay? This is not... It's not what I want. It's not... Probably also stop opening stuff that I don't want to open because I keep misclicking half a millimeter away from the icon I'm actually looking for. That's probably not helping. Let's take that production planner instead. This is the one I was looking at first, but okay. Inputs. I've got... No, I don't know how much input I have. So over here, what I want to make is... where is it? Love this. There you go. I want to make 1 per minute for now. Looking at buildings here. Produce, calculator, blah, blah, blah. Network craft with the mouse. Zoom in out with the mouse wheel. Okay. So if I zoom in here, some of the stuff is going to get... Problem is, that is counting that as a Mark III. I don't want to count that as a Mark III. I don't have Mark IIIs. So... So the number of buildings that it's telling me that I need is wrong because I don't have the kind of outputs it's looking at for me. Can I configure this thing? Production plan, yeah, that's fine. Like this thing here is telling me I need 2 1/4 minor Mark IIIs, but I don't have minor Mark IIIs. Where can I switch that? Can I... There's a whole lot going on here. Okay. Let's sort out, like, from... from the top here. Okay. So, out of wiring, stators, steel pipes. So anything below that, I'm making in the other base. Can I? Wish I could. Copper ingots, okay. Copper sheet, construct a wire. That's gonna get built here, but this is a nightmare to sort out. Heavy frames, modular frames, reinforced plates. These I'm gonna build here. This is 10 smelters of iron ingots. But it's also counting. Okay. So that bit here that I'm dragging away, that's the steel related stuff. So let's just move that over. Back to here. Okay. Concrete. There you go. Yeah, there's a lot of crossing the lines, so it's getting. That's going there. Okay. Constructor screws. Mod frame, reinforced plates. Okay. So this whole middle section here, for now, for our purposes, I can ignore it. I'll just pull that away. All the way back to here, because that is another. That's another base entirely. Next. Oil stuff. That's also another base entirely. I'm getting that shipped by train. Plastic is getting shipped by train. I don't have to care about it. That's gone. Finally, these three here, quick wire, that's also getting built elsewhere. So okay, I'm starting to make a bit more sense out of this. So, okay. 300 units per minute. I can produce that here. I'm making 420. Going into 10 smelter. I've got 4 bricks. Yeah, it's going into 12. So I'm overproducing here. That's fine. Rods, screws, assembly plates. Okay. So this bit here, can I leave that? Color converter. Hey, can I? No, not that. I don't want to lose this blueprint. Well, not really a blueprint, but I don't want to lose this thing. Can I save it? I didn't sign in. Obviously, that would have been way too simple. Here, copper. Okay. Here's my other issue. That one here. $534 units per minute of copper ore. And that none of that is coming in from another base. I'm not making enough here. So that is something I could sort out right now. Is importing enough copper ingots to make up the difference. Let's go ahead and check exactly. Because if I am going to import copper ingots, it's going to be from here, from the base I'm currently standing in. It's going to be from over there, actually. I have, yeah, there you go. There's a bunch of copper ingots here that I'm making and shipping at another base. And right now, it seems like it's overloaded. So, I could redirect some of those. How much am I making? 30 per minute times 8. 240. If I do it that way, now that means I can bring some of these copper ingots because I am pretty certain that at least one of these wagons is not used for anything. That one, specifically, is not connected to anything. Which means that one, specifically, could be used to ship copper ingots back home. This train specifically goes back to the main base. So, that one here, isn't it? It's that connector there. Yes, it is. So, no, back here. There you go. And then this plugs onto there. There we go. Now copper ingots are going in. Train shows up. That empty platform right there is going to get filled with copper ingots. It's going to grab the ingots from here, load it on. Then we ride home. And I figure out where the copper ingots are going to go. Which, I know for a fact it's going to go on that big old stack of conveyors I showed you back home. Because I've already connected all of it to every train station. Just one of those empty belts is going to fill up with copper ingots at that point. I'm just gonna have to figure out exactly where that copper ingot belt is gonna go and what I'm gonna do with it. But that should be like, I am technically gonna be overproducing here, overusing, not overusing, but stacking up copper ingots that I don't need. Because I didn't bother, like, fully balancing the whole thing. So it was the second one, I think. It's going to be this here. It's going to be that one here. So, yeah, it's going to unload. It's going to throw. That belt here should fill up with copper ingots, and then it's going to go all the way down. And there we go. Okay. Copper ingots. Go down to here. It's the bottom left. Valis, right now, the plan is the, is it Valis or Valius? Valius. Sorry, misread for a second. The plan is, I'm actually planning all of the resources that I need to start building Phase 4. This used to be my main base. I razed it to the ground because it was a spaghetti mess, horrible, nightmare fuel-inducing thing. So what I've rebuilt is all of my train stations from the other bases, including all of the outputs from that, because all of those bases are purely import. They're just bringing stuff in. I'm not shipping anything out from here. And one thing I realized, how long have I been playing? On this exact playthrough, about 250 hours for this save, and I've completed the game before 1.0 went out. So it's a lot. So yes, what I was seeing for the first element, the first thing I need to build, the leftmost one, which is the assembly control system, I believe, is named. Assembly director system, that's the one. It needs, you know, ACUs and supercomputers. But what do I need? Since I'm rebuilding this base from scratch, I was like, what do I need of each sub-component to get up to that point? Because there's like 1,000 recipes to get to this. Because I've raised this thing to the ground. And so I am currently looking at this here, which is the production planner from Satisfactory Tools. I got some alternate recipes. That's still something I'm going to have to plan out. Because I've found a fair few hard drives. I'm not sure which ones I are going to apply here. But yeah, the first thing I was looking at is over here. The amount of copper ore and copper ingots that I need. And I know for a fact that in this base we're standing on right now, I'm not producing enough. So I shipped in a bunch of copper ingots from another base to compensate for the lack here. And now we're going to start building components, sheets, wires, and things. Because the only thing we have, down there in these bricks right now, those are smelters. I don't have constructors. Like, the only constructor I have is way back there, in that brick over there. That's just my concrete. That's just my concrete making factory. But other than that, I don't have a single constructor machine in here that is currently used. That's the special Christmas factory, which is currently shut down, and that I can't destroy. But yeah. Am I mixing iron and copper for ingots? Right now, I'm not. Right now, I'm not. The iron is getting built in those blocks here. The copper is getting smelted here. And also shipped by train now that we've just connected that. But I'm not mixing ingots on the belts. I'm not mixing anything on the belts right now when it comes to actually being used in the factory. The only mixed belts I have are these ones here. These two belts are mixed, and basically that's the overflow from all of the trains, which is getting thrown into here for the storage facility. Oh, the mix ingot, creating ingots from iron and copper. I don't remember all of the alternate recipes I have, because I have a lot, and I haven't played this game in a couple weeks. So I'm still trying to get it all back in my brain. So let's see here. Actually gonna go back to, I'm gonna go all the way to the top floor onto into the MAM, not the MAM, but the hub, I should say. No, the MAM. That's where all the hard drives, all of the hard drives are, and I'll be able to look at all of my alternate recipes quickly from there. There we go. And over here. Hard drive library. Oh. It doesn't give me the freaking recipes here. Okay. What power source am I running? I'm running a hybrid. Right now I have mostly fuel, some coal still, but mostly fuel. Oil, I mean. So if I look at, let's say copper ingots here, what do I have? Yeah, I don't have any alternate recipes for copper ingots at all. As for iron ingots, yeah, same thing. Diluted fuel or just normal? No, I don't even have the diluted fuel recipe. I have the... I'm making... Because in that refinery, that oil refinery that I have, it's a whole base that I have at the end of that railway over there. All of the heavy fuel residue that I have, all of the heavy oil residue that I have is getting turned into fuel to begin with. Plus, I'm also making normal fuel on top. For some of the crude oil that I'm making. Well, a decent amount. And I'm pretty sure the resin I'm just turning into, I think it's fabric, something like that. I mean, I could just go there and check. Yeah, train's coming. So I'll just wait for it. Look at diluted fuel from a hard drive. Great alt recipe. Now I haven't. I like building too much that I don't take that much time to explore. I probably should. But I don't, because I like building too much. And every bit of time I spend exploring and looking for hard drive, I feel like it's time I should be spending building. I've actually got 2 power plants making, using fuel. I got one at this end, which is my kind of refinery, plastic, rubber making place. And I've got another one at the end of the topmost train that's way out there in the distance. For my aluminium plant. I could build from normal recipes. Yeah, that's mostly what I've been doing. Yeah, you see, I still got a bit of coal running down there, still generating power. It's fully autonomous. It's not wasting anything. So I just keep it. And I've got this little refinery over here. This is where I'm making. See, there's plastic, there's rubber. There's a little bit of, I mean, there used to be fabric. I don't even think I'm making fabric anymore. Yeah, because I used to run these refineries here to burn the resin to make fabric. I think I'm just making plastic out of it now because I need more plastic. And down here I got fuel generators, and for some reason some of these are shutting down. They're not getting enough fuel. That's my heavy oil refineries, and this is my normal oil. Yeah, this is... my crude oil is not getting here very quickly. I mean, it's flowing at a decent rate, but... I say that, it's not flowing at all on this one. Cosmin Dot, I know that. I know that I need material. I know that I have to be looking for material. I just find looking for material to be incredibly boring. So... Okay, some of the drills are coming from down there. Some others are coming from here. And for some reason... Where am I on the map? I did the forest start. So, the northern edge, basically. Pretty much at the northern edge of the map. I think, yeah. Okay, that's just a water pipe, so obviously that's not... But this one... These are still Mark 1. No freaking wonder I'm not getting enough oil. Free hard drives are on you. Played it pretty close. I mean, I've gotten a decent few. But probably should look for more. Like that one over there I've already got, obviously. You just upgrade the pipe without erasing them. Yeah, this is what I did. I just highlight and upgrade it. Like that. Okay, that would explain the problems I had before of not getting enough oil for fuel. It's just this pipeline here needed an upgrade. Yeah, suddenly the frickin' generators are getting started. Because now my refineries are running full tilt, as they should be. And yeah, over here is just my little jetpack fuel deposit for whenever I'm out of, whenever I'm not in a place that has electricity for the hover pack. Plus, the fuel jetpack is faster too. There we go. It's finally starting to catch up. All right, cool. Yeah, that's Mark II. Cool. Mark II, Mark II, Mark II. Mark II, Mark II, Mark II. There you go. Okay, that works. Pushed in. That's also making fuel. That is not. Okay. Looks like weird bend in the ramp pipe. There's a pipe splitter. Half a foundation down from that bend. Raise the extension, splitter. Make the pipe upwards. Yeah, just so you don't have to have like the supports. To be quite honest, Valius, I don't really care. For some reason, pipes do not involve the same level of OCD as conveyors and wires for me. No idea why. Mostly because the fluid dynamics are a bit of a pain in the ass sometimes, and I don't want to fight them. So I'm not going to try to make the pipes look pretty. Well, I will try sometimes, but I'm not going to spend like a ton of time. That definitely needs an upgrade. That's way too slow. There you go. You do the same trick for belts? When it comes to upgrading stuff? Yeah, I just did. I don't remember why I had that. Oh, it was to be, because I had a, yeah, I have a sink here. So, but I'm nowhere near the point where I need to be dumping anything. Alright. Oh, for the ramps. Yeah, like to be able to get rid of those supports here so that you don't get the weird kind of wavy dip whenever you're making a climb. True. And for some of it, I probably will do it. Honestly, I don't think I'm going to be doing it here. For the very simple reason that I don't think I'm going to be building all that much more than what I have already got in this base. This base is basically maxed out already. Yeah, no, it's good to be sharing ideas. It's a very good thing. One thing I know I kind of need to fix in this place is that I've made this train longer, and some of these stations are not getting used, and I remember why I wanted to make the train longer. Like, this is not shipping anything right now. And it corresponds to an empty belt back... Yeah, like those tubes back there with the weird kind of wavy thing. I could probably fix those. But what I really want to do here is... First, those SAM fluctuators. I've got all all of the fix-it coupon stuff for the customizer. That's yeah, that one I've got all of it. But I kind of do like those tiled foundations. It allows me to line things up easily, and I like that. I got distracted for a second. What was I talking about? Yes, things that I wanted to throw in the train. Wow, that's a mess. That is a clusterfuck of epic proportions. What the hell? Do your foundations cost iron and concrete or just concrete? No, not that. Foundations. Iron and concrete. So, yeah, over here. Yeah, this thing. Where the hell is that? I don't know what that is, and it greatly upsets me. And it looks horrible, and it clips through everything. So I'm getting rid of it. I have no idea what it is, but it's so bad that it's gone. It's gotta be gone. There's an alt for just straight concrete foundations. Yes, I'm aware of that. I haven't found the hard drive for it, sadly. Either that or I re-rolled it without thinking, which is entirely possible. Okay. I'm gonna want a, no, not foundations. I'm gonna want a belt. Why do I run belts under? Because I like to be able to walk on the platforms without constantly having to slide under conveyor belts. Yeah, it just annoys me to constantly have to kind of dodge and slide under conveyor belts all over the place. So I try to, like, obviously I'll keep some stuff on the ground if it's really inconvenient, but I try to run a lot of it under the floor if I can help it, just so I don't have to constantly trip on it. There you go. Okay, so those Sam, that reanimated Sam, he's not going to get loaded on the train. Good. I'm going to be able to do something out of that. It's not going to get loaded this time, but I am going to have to figure out exactly where it's going, because I don't need that to be kind of on the main conveyor highway back at base. Like, I don't need reanimated Sam for a whole lot of stuff. It's probably just gonna need to run to a couple manufacturers. I might even no, I can't manufacture it there. I did ever create a whole floor for them, separate lines for each purpose. Kind of. Basically, this whole stack here is gonna be like a logistics floor. It's gonna be a floor where all of my conveyors are gonna be kind of hidden, so that I don't have to constantly trip over or under conveyor belts. Okay. That here, that's the one. That's one. I'm gonna temporarily disconnect, so that way all of the reanimated Sam that's gonna come in is gonna go onto the green belt, and for the green belt, which I didn't repaint that one, green belt goes under and goes into the storage. Into my whole sorting storage facility. Just goes through there, and, you know, every item that I want to keep gets sorted out into the proper boxes, and extra goes into sinks. And I know for a fact that I have a box for reanimated Sam somewhere around here-ish. That one. Not all in one, each for a floor. Have you seen the amount of stuff I have? If I did one floor each for that, My factory would be like several, like I'd be building all the way up to that station. But it's 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 24 lines, and I'm gonna add to it. Like, that's 24 lines, and that's a start. There's gonna be a lot more than that. I'm gonna be stacking on top, or below, or on the side. I'm not exactly sure where. But there's gonna be more. So... So yeah, the reanimated Sam would show up on one of those lines right now, because it's all of these lines are what is connected to each of the train station, freight stations. The one with reanimated Sam, I disconnected. So one of these lines is going to be free to use for something else. At least for now. Until I figure out... Yeah, it's over there. So it would be this line here going down. So it would be that one. Second one from the top. That's currently empty. That one would be running reanimated Sam if I had it plugged in. The manufacturers for fluctuators, I'm probably gonna try to put somewhere close-ish. Like, that machine down there is actually making fluctuators right now. Well, it was until it ran out of stuff. So that line is very likely to just go down. Yes, this is going to be a mega factory building, basically. I'm building it from the inside out. Rather than trying to place walls and figure things out with limited space, I'm building it to make it functional first. And then I'll build the walls around it. And make it look better. But I want it to work first. Yeah, so for the reanimated Sam stuff, that here would probably go down. And the fluctuators. What do I need fluctuators for, actually? Yeah, it's not... I don't have it used for anything yet. It's part of something I haven't unlocked yet. So very likely, what's going to happen is I'm going to cut off kind of that line here. Have the reanimated Sam go down, get built up into fluctuators, and get back up to that line to get shipped to wherever I need fluctuators. I'm planning Bing before unlocking better stuff. Belt amounts would increase. Yes, everything increases. That is true. Why do you think I'm not building any walls? I know I need growth. Which is why, like, even this is a stackable blueprint. Even this is a stackable blueprint. So, we have a look. Like... the belts, those are Mark 5s right now. And once I have Mark 6s, I'm going to update the blueprints and just overwrite the whole thing. Because I'm in 1.1, I've got the advantage of being able to, like, the auto connect stuff actually works quite nicely. Mark 5s are 780. So, a bit less than what you were saying, but still works. And yeah, another one of these lines from the same train is eventually going to turn into fabric once I start needing it. I'm not making fabric back there, but I have the recipe for fabric out of resin. So I'll probably be using some of the resin from that to make fabric and ship it back here as well. Just the machines that I was making fabric with before currently are making plastic, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm overloaded on plastic. I'm not, well, because I'm rebuilding this place, I'm not using any of it yet. I mean, yeah, conveyor belt 5, if you look right above me, it says 780. So, goes from 270 to 480 to 780. To Mark 6's I haven't unlocked yet. But yeah, it's probably somewhere around 1200s for Mark 6's, so. But yeah, I have Mark 5s everywhere. How much plastic do I have in terms of storage or production capacity? Because if I look at my, no, not that. Well, usage, but right now, none. Because I'm still rebuilding this place. All I've got are smelters right now. But it's gonna go way up, for sure. Out of the plastic I'm making at that other base I just showed you, I'm making, so I have at least 2 refineries making residual plastic, plus another 5, 6, I think it's 6 making normal plastic. So yeah, probably 160 per minute in production just for the plastic that's coming from there, and I've got more coming in from another train. Back at the aluminum base, way back there, that I'm also making plastic. That one I'm not shipping back yet, but I can. I have spare room on the trains to be able to ship it back if I need to. And the only thing I'm using the plastic for back there is just for empty canisters. Because I'm using canisters to ship stuff instead of pipelines in that particular base, because the height difference is so insane that trying to pipeline that up would have been bonkers and not something I wanted to do. So I am pretty good with trains. I figured out signals a while ago, and I think I'm pretty good with trains nowadays. I think I have figured most of it out, and it works quite nicely. Best example I have would be to ride the purple train that goes to the aluminum base once it comes back. Which is, I think it's, yeah, I think that's the one we see out in the distance. No, the one we see out in the distance goes to the steel base. So it's actually going to go through. It's not going to turn here. Yeah, that's the white train. That one's going to go through. But yeah, there's a junction there. This one goes to the base we were back at over there, which is my steel base, my steel production base. And then we have the purple train that's going to come in, turn in here. That's the one we're seeing in the distance now. And yeah, usually the hypertube, this hypertube here, I only use on the way back. Because it climbs and climbs and climbs to get all the way there. Like, we're way higher in terms of altitude than we are here. So the tubes take a long time to get there. And a very short time to come back. Trying to figure out how to keep the amounts created a node. To upload... Wait. To upload, to transport, to... I'm not entirely sure what you mean there, Valius. Beware, like English isn't my first language, so... Sometimes you might have to use smaller words. Or rephrase so that I can understand. So yeah, over here, first intersection. So behind us, if it had gone straight, that goes to the steel base. We have a coal power generating factory here. Again, fully autonomous, and it's just using all of the coal that's in there for power. Actually, no, I'm shipping some of that coal out. Trains, loading and unloading from source to destination. Yes, that's what I'm doing. So the way I do it is that on each end of the line, I don't do a loop on each end of the line, keeping the same rate. Yeah, the problem with trains, it's kind of feast or famine. It's very easy to overload or have to wait for stuff to get shipped. So for me, usually I try to balance it before even getting to the train. I try to balance it either in production to the other base or in storage back at the destination. Basically, I use buffers more often than not, buffer storages, to be able to keep a flow fairly constant. And if it overloads... Well, hello there! There's Corey! Hi! Yeah, I've also got, junction here because of the other train that might be coming the other way. Hello! How much can a train hold? It's... well, it depends. It depends on how high, on what you're shipping and how high it stacks. So how much of what? Because if it's how much copper wire, it's 500 a stack. And there we go. And in here, that splits up into 3 bases, because I've got, 3 stations, I should say, because it ships to several places. So if we have a look here, it's that's 8 times 4. That's 32 stacks per wagon. So then, depending on what kind of flow you need and how much whatever you're shipping stacks. Hate to raid and run. Dude. Corey, you decided to give me some of your time and some of your bandwidth, and you've thrown some of your community at me. I am eternally grateful. Thank you very much. Go take care of yourself. So yeah, for Valius, what you were saying, it's 32 stacks per car. So then after that, depending on what you need at the other end, I find it easier to balance on input rather than at the destination. So basically, I try to balance it before it gets to the train station, so that the amount I'm shipping out fits what I need. And then I use buffer boxes either here or at the destination to try to keep the flow relatively even. You don't like that feast or famine thing? Well, literally every transportation short of conveying all the way to your destination is going to give you feast or famine, whether you like it or not. The way you mitigate that is via buffer boxes and balancing. Over here, when it comes to buffering, I'm doing the buffering back at the destination, at the main base. But I have basically I balance it here. I balance it here. I know exactly how much needs to go into the train. My build is insane. Linmer, this is nothing. In case you haven't noticed, there's a block here. This here is an elevator. So, if we go down, I could just yeet myself off, but for once, I will use the yeet cannon. Warning. Motion sickness warning. Careful. Hello? Okay, so this goes down this building for a while. And then yeets me out. This is the bottom of the skyscraper. Goes down to here. This is another oil. This is my main fuel power generator is here. Raw oil pumped from there, shipped to here, turned into fuel. Generators running. Fuel reserves. And the big problem that I had, and the main reason why I built that skyscraper, is I needed to ship water up, because for aluminum stuff I need water. So instead of trying to run a water pipeline all the way up there, I'm packaging it in plastic bottles and shipping it up via those conveyor elevators. Yeah, Valius, you're never going to be able to completely cancel out feast or famine from shipping from trains or trucks or drones or whatever. You can mitigate it up to a point by buffering. But yeah, I pack my water. So this is what I was saying before. Like when you were asking me how much plastic am I making? Over here, I'm making some plastic just for the plastic bottles. But I could very easily, instead of, I'm using this one as my dimensional depot for plastic as well. But I could just grab that belt, ship it up the building, and throw it on a train and ship it back to base if I need more. So I have some spare plastic here that I could use as well. I'm not using it yet, but I could use it. Because yeah, trying to pipeline at this altitude is just nightmares. Other than that, if we keep looking around, all of this here is just fuel. That's just fuel making and fuel burning. Nothing else. That's all power. Dedicated plastic to canisters. Basically, because I'm making fuel, all of the plastic I'm making here is just residual plastic. I'm using the resin from the fuel to make plastic, to make the canisters to ship up. This is all just residual fuel. I'm not using any crude oil for plastic here. And then, yeah, all of that is just crude oil, fuel, burn. None of the fuel is going up. None of the resin is going up. It's fully self-contained. And yeah, the only thing I have in spare, basically the empty canisters, some of the extra empty canisters and the extra resin is getting synced. And then the plastic is getting thrown into Dimensional Depot for now. But if I need it, I could just, move the Dimensional Depot back a bit, throw a splitter in front, ship that up, and bring more plastic home. Like, if I'm running short on plastic back at home, that's another solution. I also have a tube to go all the way up. There is a stairwell going through this building, but I find just running into a spiral hypertube to be funnier. So I do it. This whole skyscraper elevator thing is a blueprint. By the way, it's a stackable, vertically stackable blueprint. It starts, I think, here, where I'm standing. Goes down basically a full, all the way to that platform there. It's a full floor, every blueprint. So I just, when I built it, I started on the ground, climbed up inside, blueprint, keep climbing, until I got all the way up to here. And then height-wise, I had to finish building up manually for the last half a floor or so. Maybe last floor. I don't remember exactly where it lined up, but that's basically... I was able to build that at ridiculous speed. Alright, let's hop back on the tube, back to main base. I've got a small, another one of those skyscrapers back there. That's a quartz mine over there. That's a quartz mine and silica production facility that I needed for aluminum stuff over here. And I'm pretty sure, there's a lot of little uranium depots over here. Once I finally get the research to get a big uranium mine going for nuclear power, it's gonna be over there. It's probably gonna be part of that base. I haven't done that research yet, so... Those hypertube junctions sometimes are a little annoying. They kind of thunk you back and forth if you have junctions close. Nuclear power scary? Not really. I did get a lot built. Valia, so what happened is that base, the main base, used to be massive, but it was a spaghetti nightmare. It was an absolute spaghetti nightmare. So I destroyed all of it because it was driving me insane. And now I'm in the process where I'm starting to rebuild it. Because I prepped a lot before destroying it. I accumulated a whole lot of resources in that storage down there. I made sure to redo all of my trains properly and get all of my stuff shipped properly in here. I've planned my outputs on the trains to be able to feed my storage facility down there. And as you can see, like all of the freight trains in here, basically every freight station goes into a smart splitter, and basically the main line is the red line, so that goes to get used in the factory once I build it. That's the main conveyor highway we see down there. The overflow goes onto the green line, which goes to storage down there. I've done that for every freight car on all three of those big stations that I have here. So that way I am shipping a whole lot of stuff, and not even all of those freight cars are used yet, so that I could plan for expansion. But everything is already connected. Which is why, like, as soon as I started shipping Reanimated Sam over here, I can start planning to use it already. And even with that line disconnected, it's still going down into, every time it gets shipped, it's still going down into the storage facility with no issue. Because the green line, I just merge everything into it for my for the storage line, because it all gets auto sorted out once it gets down there. And the overflow from that, once the containers are full, straight into the sink. Yeah, you know what, guys? I've been going for 7 hours. I think that's enough. I've got decent progress made today, in that I got my power grid solution figured out. Because one thing I really wanted about this mega factory was to be really able to control the power grid at a very granular level. So building this, power lines, labeled power lines that I could run separately, switches back there for that, all in the centralized place, so I have a full kind of control center for the power. That's all been done today. Then after that, we rebuilt the smelters and the concrete, figured out some of the floor plans, some of the logistics floors. There's still a lot of sorting out to do, but I think that was a lot more productive than I thought it would be. So for now, I think it's time for us to end. It's time for us to end the stream. I'm gonna be looking to raid out. I'm gonna look for a friend to raid. Hold on. Who do I have streaming amongst friends? Not a whole lot of people. Yeah, Jimothy. Jimothy's streaming. Yeah, we haven't gone to see Jimothy in a little while. Cool, let's go see Jimothy. He's currently, he's playing, what, Rocksmith, I think? Yeah, he's just jamming. Playing music and just jamming. a great weekend, everybody. Say hi to Jimothy for me. Tomorrow I'm taking the day off. I am not streaming tomorrow. I will be back on Monday, where we will be exploding stuff using giant mechs. That's it. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Hello there.
General Kenobi!
Manda? Showing up just as I end? Sheesh. I'm raiding Jimothy right now, but thank you for the hydrate. I am drinking water already, right now. But the raid's about to go, so take care. And the next stream is going to be Monday.